How we doing, boys and girls? Good mornings. Welcome in, welcome in. Hopefully, headache-free today. That's the plan. That is the plan. Right, let's get a few things last sorted. Right, see where we're at. We, what did we get sorted today? Yesterday we did loads. I felt like I got a lot done yesterday. Cleared most of nearly everything that I needed to do for the week on my main character yesterday, all apart from a couple of bountiful delves. It'd be nice to get a few more bountifuls done and dusted out of the way, but I suppose what we probably should do is change up this, because so far today we have had 0, but actually, if I check my tracker, I'm actually up to 41. 9 to go before we get our second mount. We are getting there slowly but surely. We have, what are our bountiful delves? Fungal Folly, Earthcaller Mines, both of the delves in the Isle of Dawn. The Spiral Weave and Excavation Site 9. Okay, don't mind any of them particularly. They're not too bad at all. We can blast through those. Other than the fact I have 1 key. Oops. That's a sizable problem, isn't it? We have 1 key. 1 key does not equate 4 bountiful delves, does it? Do I have any of the what are they called? The things that you convert. I have 28 of them. And there is, by the looks of things, 75 available on my map. Well, quick napkin math means that's enough for 2 keys. So maybe we'll get a couple of bountiful delves done today. Then I probably need to use some of our radiant echoes so that we can keep on top of doing the delves. I would imagine. I got a cool couple of Warbound pieces of kit yesterday, actually. Mug's Moxie Jug trinket, 623 trinket will go nicely on one of my alts, I imagine. Maybe my mage. It's an intellect trinket. Spells have a chance to send you into a frenzy, granting a bunch of crit strike. When frenzied, each spell cast grants an additional 742 crit strike, but does not refresh the duration. I don't know exactly how that works, but that sounds pretty mage-like. Rose, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Lady Daisy, good morning, good morning. I also picked up a neck piece as well, which is nicely generic. Can pretty much be distributed to any of my alts, which is cool. Maybe I should put those in the war bank before I forget, and then we can take them out on whoever has use for them. Crooks, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's well today. Made 1.2 mil in the last 6 days. Go on. Big numbers. Big numbers. Wait. I got a 642 champion Uwu neck? Flipping hell. Where'd I get that from? World boss. Oh, I got it off the world boss. I got the neck from the world boss. I didn't even realise. Flipping hell. My headache yesterday just caused me to just play the game on autopilot, but now I'm clearly paying attention to what's going on. The game seems to think that's an upgrade for me. I mean, that's going to be very useful on an alt as well. Need 1 more mil and you're back to your BattleNet cap. I've not bothered capping out my BattleNet balance recently. I probably should have. But I've got this kind of like overarching goal of getting back to 100 mil. It's probably not going to happen, to be brutally honest. Simply because I'm not doing anything even remotely. Well, hunting now these Mechanicas. If we can get our second mount, at some point. That's got to be worth the best part of gold cap. We're only 9 Mechanicas away from that. I say best part of gold cap. We'll probably play the waiting game and sell them for a little bit more, but morning early birds, welcome in night owl. The irony in that name. What I do need to figure out is where all of my Mechanicas are, because there only seems to be, I should have 16 of them. Is that right? Yeah, I should have 16 of them. Only 15 are here. There's one lurking on one of my characters somewhere. But right, okay. Means we're going to have to start today by doing a few little world quests. Luckily, now we've hit Renown 20. I don't feel the need to do all the world quests all the time again. Other than being ever so slightly short of Renown capped with Assembly of the Deeps and the Severed Threads, mind. It'd be nice to get those to 25. But that will just happen in time. Let's get the... Let's get the little Zygor guide on the go here. World Quest Planner. Let me do the ones that give... Hang on, let's filter by rewards. Give me the ones that give these. They're the ones that are important right now. Is it just the 3 of them? Just the 3 of them. Right. Queue those up. Get that on the go. So if we can get these 3 world quests done, that should be 1 more key. That should allow me to do 2 bountiful delves today. Then some radiant echoes to hopefully squeeze out. What did we get? We got 150 coffer key shards from, was it 5 radiant echoes? So there's about 3 keys worth, a little over 3 keys worth of
survivors are still unaccounted
we can
for.
probably squeeze 3 keys out of that,
Gather them and return them to safety.
I guess. I never realised that getting enough bountiful keys to do like 8 in a week was this much of a challenge. It goes to show that I clearly went weeks without doing any bountiful delves and the keys were just racking up in my bags last season before I actually bothered. Maybe because the first couple of weeks of the season I didn't do any bountiful delves at all in season 1 because we were far too gung-ho. Far too pushy on the old profession shuffle. Which seems like years ago now. It was like 6 months. Price of stuff is really high right now. I love it. Shame that I panicked at New Year's for shop items and capping Battle.net. Could have made twice as much, but sometimes the early bird gets fed and not well fed. What's the reason for doing 8 bountiful delves? Well, gearing a little bit. I suppose you only need to do... Yeah, they don't strictly need to be bountiful, do they, for the purpose of the vault, or do they? I don't even know. Bran only gets experience in bountiful delves. 3 gilded 11s. 3 bountiful 11s is needed for the gilded crests. Yeah, maybe not all 8 actually need to be. For the vault, bountiful or not doesn't matter. Okay. I mean, okay, in that scenario, if we're going purely for the vault, I'm at the point then where the gear from bountiful delves doesn't actually benefit me. So you lot might be right. Maybe I don't really need to be doing them all on bountiful, and I'm just burning keys in doing it. It is getting Bran experience, mind. Stronger Bran is always a bonus. But maybe 3 bountiful 11s is really all I actually need to do, and then I can do the rest on 8. Then 5 8s. 3 bountiful 11s and 5 8s. Is that what we're saying? Is that sort of the optimal now that like the quote unquote gear from the delves themselves is not all that? How does that relate into
Every piece of Dalaran we preserve, no matter is valuable. Thank you.
Shards? Because one of the reasons why I'd want to do a bunch more delves, crests, is that I've still got about 100 ruined undermine crests I can get. Oh, these can come from just straight 11s, but they don't need to be bountiful. Find a fast elf, you just repeat it 5 times for your 8s, yeah. We discussed yesterday that you get more ruined undermine crests for doing an 11 than you do for doing an 8. So if you are trying to grind out the crests, then you want to do 11s. But do those 11s need to be bountiful? Probably not. I don't know. The whole flipping thing like burns my brain. Well, let's go and investigate Earth Crawl mines real fast then, as we're like here. I have a key on hand if needs be anyway. So we can do 11s. If you're comfortable at doing an 11, it's much faster for grinding crests than spamming 8s. I am comfortable doing 11s. Delve has an abundance of treasure and will remain bountiful while inside. Use a restored coffer key to open a bountiful coffer at the end of this delve to receive powerful equipment and greater rewards, providing you have lives remaining. That's where your big piece of gear comes from, isn't it? Yeah, maybe I don't strictly need to do... because we're not going to get any more gilded stash. Contains powerful equipment, a radiant echo, bonus currencies, and a chance at new or upgraded curios. Requires restored coffer key to open. Why don't I do the bountiful 11s and then just not open the chest at the end? Still get Bran experience, still get credit for completing the delve. I just don't use the key to open the chest at the end. Isn't that theoretically the best of both worlds? So, and then I can just repeat it. If I don't, am I not right in saying that if I then don't open the chest at the end, I can then repeat? So I want to do the 11s, but just not open the chest. That gets me Bran experience. Okay, I think that's the play, believe it or not. Weird as it sounds.
Finally sent us some help.
Let's rescue these folks and avoid these webs.
Right, let's see.
Don't step in those webs. Nerubians might pop out if you do.
Then how do I clear it?
Those webs won't hit us with that one.
How do I clear the webs? Don't I usually have an extra action button for doing this? Oh, you kill the red eggs. Okay, right, I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. Thanks. $4 to $8K per tune twice a week just from ciphers is so nice. Rose, how are you doing your cipher? I mean, I guess you're doing predominantly concentration, right? Or are you...
Everyone here, let's keep this cart moving.
You must be doing it via concentration, right?
They're behind us. Watch out.
Are you also going the whole hog of milling and ink crafting yourself? You know, the vertical integration, as they say. Because you could do all of that on one tune, throw it all in the wall bank, and squeeze out even more juicy margin. And most of it can be done AFK these days as well. What? Where do you keep coming from? You'll be happy to know I've finally changed Pinky and Stinky into Ferocity as well. So I actually have Bloodlust now. Plus a little bit of Leech, which is surprisingly helpful, believe it or not. Keeping my pets in tank spec while I have lower gear is more useful. But now that we've got reasonable gear, switching them over to Ferocity is definitely helping. Only concentration. Blue tools, knowledge points cap for cipher skills. Use the herbs from transmutes, not thaumaturgy, to make pigment inks, and then use the tier 2 inks and tier 2 errata spears with 170 concentration to make tier 3 ciphers. Multicraft give me a chance of 2 to 6. Oh shit, I was reading your comment and died.
Next time, let's use some harder hitting moves.
Shut up, Bran. That was me literally saying it helps, and I went and let my pet die. Whoops. Reading chat whilst trying to play the game is... Whew. Burnt through 15,000 cards yesterday. No 25k cards. Oof. That's an ouch. That's an ouch. At least if you bought your herbs at a cheap enough price, though, you don't lose, even without those 25k cards. My maths on the whole process was based upon the fact that you don't get any epic cards, and you still at least break even. So, you know, it's a bad day in the office not getting any big epic cards, but you didn't actually lose anything other than maybe about 3 years of arthritis in your mouse wheel finger. These dudes still have an absolutely ludicrous amount of health. Gain a shield when you drop below 50% health. Okay, sure. That's cool. I'm missing a miner. Okay, without a double stun, this dude is always going to call a friend. But if I stun the first one, we can nuke him down before he starts calling his mother, his dog, his brother, his sister.
We'll move ahead. Meet us up above.
Don't stand here!
Bran, you're the one that shouldn't be standing there, my friend. Telling me not to stand there. Absolute donkey. I've not looked at this in great detail. Is it still the dungeon completion bonus that is literally 90% of Bran's health? It is, isn't it? I'm just thinking how important fishing these curios and stuff are out of these delves. Oh, there's still a... Whoops. Oh. Well, all of that for 3 resonance crystals definitely wasn't worth. I'm just a sucker for shinies, you know? See a shiny, pick it up. That's the rule, right? See a shiny, pick it up. Oh, hello. What the fuck is going on up here? Bran, any potions today? Any potions? Thank you. Pet, bit of aggro wouldn't go amiss. Don't mind, don't mind. Bit of aggro. Anybody? Ingenious breakthroughs give 100% concentration back. Yeah, it's still, I've found, at least, this is my experience, I actually crafted one of my scribes 3 different tools to, like, try and sim this properly. Multicraft still wins. You can put a ingenuity enchant on the weapon, but you still want multicraft predominantly on the weapon as well. Multicraft with inspiration was kind of the best combo on the tool I found for inscription, and that's only because that 100% refund is sort of worth pushing for a little bit, but not enough. Still not enough to justify an inscription in an ingenuity tool. Is my findings on that one, at least. I know there is some consensus on the best way of doing it, but it's the way that works well for me. And if you're doing concentration ults anyway, it's your short-term results are slightly better off than your long-term results.
That's more like it.
Authority, the depths enchant is up to 8k now. Holy smokeroonies. I might actually have to do some flipping crafting at this point. That said, it's 8k because the mats have also skyrocketed in price, so my profit margins probably won't be as juicy as a lot of yours, because I went the route of selling all of my dust rather than some people are still living off the luxury of like 15 gold dust. I'm not in that boat at the moment anymore. I'd be buying my dust at day rates. My average sustained DPS still only seems to be about 1 mil. As delves currently. Which does make these 11s relatively comfortable. But my undergeared paladin is still bursting to like 1.5 mil, which it makes like, it's so funny. Killing rares on my rep paladin is easier than on my geared hunter, which it's just wild. Not to mention, Word of Glory on my paladin basically makes it so that it doesn't die either. Sacrifice a little bit of that burst damage to just basically not die. I might do some more delves on my paladin this week because he's so fun to play right now. I actually wouldn't mind getting a bit of gear under him to see just how silly it gets. In combat? Oh, no, there we go. Oh! 3 tinder boxes. Maybe that's the reason to pick those up then. Maybe that's the reason to pick those up. 3 tinder boxes, 2 vial of Kaheti oils, and a chunk of brand experience. I don't mind if I do. Do we have any console gamers in chat, by the way? Quick question. Any console gamers in chat? Does anybody rock a PS5 these days? For that, you know, that occasional alternative gaming fix. I'm looking for some suggestions on some PlayStation exclusive titles. Spider-Man looks pretty good. Spider-Man's looking pretty good. I kind of want the UFC game. But I need some slightly more experienced PlayStation crew. Play Smash on the Switch. Never owned a Switch. But I like the appeal of the Switch. The Switch. When does the Switch 2 come out? That can't be too far out right now. I don't leave the house though, which kind of means that a Switch for me, the portability aspect of a Switch is like, I don't need it. I literally don't leave the house. There's a Nintendo Direct stream about it on the 2nd of April. Good thing they didn't choose to do it on the 1st of April. Nobody had believed them. going to be hype. Got off work to watch it with a friend. Nice. Nice. Right, interrupt the curse. Right, that's the curse. Oh, I didn't interrupt the curse. Okay. When did I use my interrupt then? I must have used my interrupt on the web bolt accidentally. There we go, interrupt the curse. Now we're cooking. Alright, let's not autopilot this too hard, otherwise I'm going to then accidentally go and open a box that I don't need to open. Alright, down you go. Oh, that was our 5th delve for the week as well. That means we complete that weekly quest as well. Nice. I've bought every Nintendo since the GameCube just for Smash. It's my killer app. S-tier game with friends IRL. Made myself emotional. Why is everybody up so early? Well, I was up early personally due to the wife is in Helsinki today, so I had to get up early to sort the dogs and do everything solo. She left the house early, so I got up a bit earlier to, well, put it this way: as soon as she leaves the house, the dogs are like, "Oh yeah, by the way, human, it's time to get up now," which I don't mind. But that's why I was up a little bit early today, earlier than usual. I only got 8 Ruined Undermine crests from an 11. Is it because some of them are in the Bountiful Coffer, or some of them in the Strongbox?
Fantastic.
Oh, there's 3 more in here. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so I got 11 from those. We still get curios. Did Bran get his... Bran was getting some experience. Did Bran get a big chunk of experience at some point? He must have done, right? Where's my... Bran gained 18,750 experience. On top of 63,000 for completing the place. Okay. So we got Bran at 48 at least now. So yeah, the argument here is I don't really want to open the Bountiful Coffer. Is there some way we can see what normally comes in these things? Bountiful Coffer. Why does my web button not work? Why is my flipping web button not work again? There we go. So Bountiful Coffers. It's only champion gear that comes out of it, right? No real up-to-date info on what comes out of them. This is an up-to-date guide on delves. When was this updated? 11.1. $639 gear from the box. We don't need... Is there any slot I could possibly need a 639 piece of gear in? I don't think I do I? Or that said, braces could do with an upgrade technically. I could do with a champion pair of braces, but I don't think it's worth using individual keys to fish for them. I can make a crafted pair of braces next week. I got half a spark. Yeah, we'll get full spark next week. I can make a crafted pair of braces next week to fix that problem. Also, boots is in the same boat. They're only veteran right now. So technically there is a couple of upgrades I could get by opening these boxes, but I don't really think it's worth... Do the Bountiful Delves for the brand experience. Do the Bountiful Delves for the delve. Where is it? For this. Why don't you want to open the coffer? Well, it takes a key to open it. And it's a pain in the ass farming all these flipping keys up. I'm trying to see if the main advantage is 639 champion gear out of these, then I'm not bothered by opening the boxes. Then I don't have to piss around farming the keys. Moreover, it means that in the later weeks, I don't have to think about keys in any way, shape or form. I only need 3 keys for my 11s, for three gilded upgrades. I need 3 keys a week, basically. Yeah, I guess we just don't open the box. I think I need to open the box. Oh, Astrobot, Ratchet and Clank, Rifts Apart, and The Last of Us 2. Didn't Astrobot win Game of the Year or something silly? For a PlayStation exclusive, that's wild. If you ask me, apart from the odd piece of gear, you've mostly outgeared the bountiful chests. Yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same. Yeah, I'm basically just trying to get the rest of the rune crests. We're still... we've still got some room to move with getting the runed crests. And rune crests are useful for upgrading my gear currently. Both weathered and carved we've kind of moved past now. But the rune crests become useful still. But farming keys is not so fun. So maybe I just don't bother. If I still get crests and stuff, if I still get brand experience and everything else out of the rest of them, I don't think I need to mess about with these. No point farming a key to open a box that doesn't really give me anything, is my theory on this. When I feel like that, I just cash in echoes. Well, that's a good point. I don't really totally understand just how much we can get from those echoes. I've never really I've never really engaged with them much. There's a bunch of achievements and stuff for doing all of the echoes, which is possibly the only reason why I'd actually go and do a bunch of them. How many gilded crests per 11 delve? You get seven gilded crests 3 times a week. So that's 7, 14, 21. But if you do your map delve on 11 bountiful as well, it gives you an extra 10. So there's up to 31 a week just by running delves, which is enough for an epic crafted piece of gear every 2 weeks, which in theory, considering you only get a spark every 2 weeks, synergizes kind of quite nicely. And considering once you're at the point where you're starting to get a couple... Are you shitting me? How did I miss the water? I didn't think that was meant to be able to happen. Oh, God. What a game. Wow. 1 life down. Yeah. Oh, that's ridiculous. No, not Rudolph. Go away, Rudolph. I can't believe that happened. EU has Delves, Bountiful. Yes, Isle of Dawn. Both of them are Bountiful on the Isle of Dawn today. Don't I need to speak to somebody here? No? Oh, it's a different storyline. Increase your damage by 15%. Lasts until you're brought below 50% health. Okay, nice.
We have hidden too long.
Can't remember how many shards you get for just 1 echo. Well, isn't it dependent on how many things you kill, how many points you get in the World Soul event thingy? Isn't this why there's kind of like good reason to do them in a big old raid and kill literally everything in sight to get a big juicy fat score that gives you then more? I don't really know how they work. This is mostly my problem. I'm just assuming that doing them in a raid is just easier, or potentially better if you can just nuke everything. I don't know. More score, more key shard fragments at the end. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Oh, I pulled you. I didn't mean to pull you. Well, you're pulled. Oh, pulled you as well. Didn't mean to do that either.
They'll never be using that. Let's get that nasty off.
Alright, everybody dead. Everybody dead. What are we even doing? Completing challenges. What does take a selfie do? Not a lot, apparently.
Oh, Bran's got your back.
Pet, no dying. No dying. Oh, I need a reminder about. Well, yeah, it's going to be difficult for you guys. At 1 o'clock today, MSRP graphics cards come back in stock, so I need to try and get one. Knowing Finland, there'll be about 3 of them, so I need to be hot on that again today. It's at 1 o'clock my time, which is in like 2 hours. 2 hours, 8 minutes, yeah. If people are still knocking about, can I get a reminder? There were both 5080s and 5090s at MSRP coming into stock, or the MSRP cards. So
Smell that? It's treasure.
I need to get one. Question is how many and whether I'll be able to. I've tried a few weeks in a row now and not been lucky.
I'll pass your story along.
Do some fishy, 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 fishy. Do some fishy, 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 fishy. Yeah, both 5080s and 5090s. At this point, if I can get them at MSRP, I'll take either. Honestly, at this point, I'll take either. Now, obviously, 5090 is severe levels of overkill. But at MSRP, I could probably use it for a year and then sell it for what I flipping paid for it. So on that basis, like, it's more. I'm selling it to myself as an investment. Look at flipping 4090s, right? 4090s, you can second-hand 2-year-old 4090s are going for more than what people paid for them, which is actually ludicrous. How do we get down from here? There we go. What price? Well, 58. I can only tell you this in euros. But 5080s at 1,230 euros. Which is MSRP, because, you know, 5080, 999 in dollars, but don't forget you pay tax on top of that. In Finland, when prices are advertised, it is including sales tax, or VAT, which is 25% here. So 1,000 becomes 1,250, give or take. And the The 5090s are 2,500, I think. Basically double. Did you get the doggos with the wife, or were they pre-owned by one of you? Well, me and Mrs. Manthius have been together for like 16, 17... No, how long have we been together? 17 years this year, I think. So, yeah, we had the dogs shortly after we moved to Finland. Well, I moved to Finland, she moved home. So yeah, we've had them since the beginning. When we lived in the UK, our work and lifestyle didn't really support getting a pet, or especially a dog. You know, one that requires daily tender loving care. Not like a cat, you just open the door, let it go for a wander. Cats are a little bit more independent like that, but we never really wanted a cat. In the UK, it didn't really work for us. We both worked regular 9 to 5s. Well, not even 9 to 5s. My working hours were a little bit all over the place. We also lived in a flat. So in the UK, whilst we lived in the UK, it didn't really make sense. But when we moved to Finland, it was became more apparent that we could also have pets. You can see she's fast asleep on the floor right now. She was coughing a minute ago. She's much better this week. She was a bit ill last week. She caught doggy flu or something. She had the shits for about 3 days. Took her to the vet. She had some pills. She's better now. As good as a 12-year-old dog can be. Right, what happens with this one? I don't know. Are we just going to kill you? Oh, mirror images perform actions. Defeat the one that perfectly matches the action you do. Oh, flipping lord. So, one of you, or one of you. One of you, or one of you. One of you, or one of you. This one. Process of elimination. Big brain the shit out of that. See that? Jesus, before coffee's even kicked in, I've impressed myself. Big brained the shit out of that one.
Helps are coming.
Oh shit. Big brain the shit out of it and then let my pet die. Let my pet die whilst flipping lusting. Jesus, what a donut. Moment of genius didn't last very long. We relapsed almost instantly. Who are you? Are we going to have to do something with you in a minute? I'm going to assume we are. %50 shield we take. I want to set correct character so bad. They're the lizard people, right? Just a moment to check for missing ROPs if you get one. I'll worry about that if I get one, yeah. Oh, draw circles. Me little goblin legs don't like these ones. Especially because somebody put a big flipping mushroom in the way. Who makes a flipping dancey round a flipping line and then puts a huge hooning great big mushroom right next to it? Unbelievable. I'm gonna name him Snake Oil. He's going to be the auction house poster. That's actually genius. That is actually genius. Yeah, you've sold it to me now. Absolutely. I don't know why you're randomly over there, but we're going to leave you to be. Oh, do I have to go that way somehow? How do we get there? Haste by 5%? Let's go kill boss then. Where is boss? Hang on, what? Oh, I need to find Bill. Where the flippin' hell's Bill? Where's Bill? Is Bill battling this dude? Where's Bill? I can't even see. Oh, Bill is lurking up there. Cheeky. I didn't even realise. The one mob I chose not to kill because, like, I don't need to go that way. Turns out we do. Still using my Card of Omen mats I bought in mid-Shadowlands. About halfway through them. Holy. You must have bought a lot. Quick question. Would it not be more valuable to just resell the mats? Save yourself the effort.
What are you looking for?
Feels the inflation on mat price probably means they're worth more than you paid for them, right? Every time they were below 1 gold, I bought them for about a year. You were literally propping up the entire market then. You must have been. Although Shadowlands, it was individual realms, wasn't it? So that was presumably before the merger. Or did you buy them late in Shadowlands after 9.2? What was it? 9.2.7 was it when we had the auction house merger? If I've remembered that right, I need to leave the house more. I'm pretty sure it was. Right, see you later, Bill. I stupidly shouldn't have used Lust earlier because I still have a 5-minute cooldown before I can use it again. Which means I'm going to kill the boss without it, which is a bit silly.
Get out of the way!
Brand's little dinosaurs aren't doing anything. Why are the little dinosaurs not doing anything? Shouldn't they be, like, zooming in and doing AoE damage? Oh, they seem to be doing something now. Oh, shit. I didn't realise I was standing on a spore. Standing on another spore. I'm half tempted to switch Bran into DPS, you know. I rely so little on his healing, it feels now. I'm pretty sure my men pet alone could probably do the job. Although I do still get in a pickle at least once a delve, don't I? Would I get in less of a pickle if things died faster? I don't know.
Got just the thing to blast
Hang on,
through
hang
this
on,
time.
hang on.
Some dynamite. Stand back.
Eight rune crests. What's in the Nemesis box? Pocket Factory. Some more runed crests. Some undercoin. Another 20k experience for Bran. Builds 3 turrets to assist for 20 seconds. I'm starting to feel, you know, that Pocket Factory might actually be better.
That's more like it.
That Pocket Factory might actually be better than my dinos. Taunt enemies for 10 seconds whilst within the egg. Periodically stomp in addition to their usual abilities, dealing moderate fire damage split between enemies. I'm not really convinced that the damage component of these little dinos is really all that great. And I don't need the taunt ability. So I'm kind of thinking that Pocket Factory just might be better. Build 3 turrets that are just going to pew pew. Is that straight up what they do? We might switch to Pocket Factory, see how that changes things out. Pacifist Rig is cool, but it's buggy ass for me for some reason. It flipping resets the boss whenever it goes into it, so we're not using that for a while, even though it's cool. After 30 seconds of combat, party members and Bran deal 15% more damage and healing for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds of combat, though, so just after you've like blown all of your cooldowns and trinket procs and everything. So you can't really synergize that with your pew pew phase. And it only happens once. Ping chip. Ping chip and pylon work well together. Maximum health is increased by 10 and his damage and healing increased by 35. Oh, just because you've got that. Damage and healing is increased by just a flat 35%. So if you go ping chip and overdrive, so he's doing 30% more damage to begin with. Then 30 seconds into combat, he does another 15% damage and healing for 30 seconds. How many fights even last 30 seconds? Well, yeah, the boss, really. It pretty much feels like the boss. It's why I kind of like the 3-dimensional bioprinter. But I haven't got it leveled up at all yet. I know you can't see all of this great because it's behind my big head, but I'm tempted to go biofuel rocket gear, you know. Party members are equipped with biofuel rocket gear. Each enemy slain fuels the biofuel, increasing your movement speed by 2% and haste by 2% for 30 seconds, and it stacks up to 20 times. If you're killing things reasonably quick, especially if you're like farming 8s or something, biofuel rocket gear is going to basically give you... You could probably push fast and hard enough, killing a bunch of trash to keep a near 40% haste buff up. Which, if I understand right, that could be ridiculous. Assuming you can kill things fast enough, of course. Seems like a good sort of speed clear option. Good speed clear option. Every 30 seconds or 5 seconds after entering combat, scan the environment, highlight mislaid curiosities, and make enemies below 95% health take 10% more damage for 15 seconds. I reckon that's a sleeper one, you know. Enemies taking 10% more damage is like a flat 10% damage buff for 15 seconds. And it does it every 30 seconds. That's 50% uptime. I actually think I actually think that's a sleeper mode one. I'm thinking that's probably the best utility one, you know. Them taking more damage is like you doing more damage. With a 50% uptime. That's a win. And then if we go combat one, I'm going to try using Pocket Factory, because I think just building 3 turrets has got to do more damage, right? Surely. That's like the healer damage mode build, I reckon. We'll try that in the next one. Where are we going for the next one? We are going to... Oh, should we go do excavation site? How do we get out of here? Nope, that's... Yeah, go. Leave. Oh yeah, right clicking and leaving is a quicker way of doing it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Whoa, why are you... Whoa. Why are you taking me all the way over there, map? We'll go down to the undermine, pop up back out, do excavation site 9. Let's give that a go. Oh, a call to Delve's quest. Let's pick that up. It's a free piece of gear if nothing else.
You are acknowledged.
I should look at doing 5 delves on my alts as well this week, just purely for that. That's a nice juicy piece of gear for the alts. Pair of legs, champion legs. Yeah, not gonna be swapped out for our tier set legs, unfortunately. It's worth a try.
Well.
Why is it telling me to go do... Oh, yeah. I still need to do that world quest, actually. Turn Zyger off for a minute. We don't need it. Right, let's try this then. Let's try this new little build on Bran. Let's see if we can... Let's check he did stay. Pocket Factory. Build some turrets. Turrets go pew pew. Plus, any enemy below 95% health is going to take 10% more damage with a 50% uptime. Kicking in within 5 seconds after entering combat, which I can't help but think that's just the most damage you're going to get out of Healer Bran. Hey, look, it's already highlighting the curios. Look.
There's treasure close by.
There's treasure. Lightning turret, tar turret. So does that slow things and pew things? Pew things, slow things, and I don't know what the shield turret does. I'm going to presume something cool though. Brand spells and abilities have a chance to weaken enemies, increasing the chance to critically strike them by 30%. Sure. Delver main? Oh, not quite. Well, my main character does delves. I don't think we have totally converted yet. The reality is, as I've said this many times, and I don't want Ranthius to come out because we were on a roll this morning, but as a gameplay loop, I don't particularly like delves. There is a means to an end for me with these, predominantly residing around the journey. Unlocking the catch-up gear for alts is going to be useful to me, more useful to me this season than it was last season, only on the basis that last season I didn't really need my alts in any way, shape or form for anything. This season though, I need them to kill rares in the new zone, so some easier gearing on them is one of the main reasons I'm putting in a little bit more effort this time. It all leads back to goal making. Like I say, follow the money. Even in-game, follow the money. Why is Manthius doing something? Well, it's probably got something to do with making more gold somehow. Right, having to not get pew-pewed by these flipping splats on the ground, like, permanently. Kind of annoying. This story of this delve, it's chasing me. Literally chasing me. Oh no, stop spawning friends. I don't really even know where I'm meant to be going here. Somewhere in this direction. And what we're doing, speaking to you. Rescue a dude. Well, definitely seemed to indicate there was something over there. What's this? Hello? Very confused. What is this? Oh! It's because there is a curio. Wow, that's... I thought that was... Okay. That's really clever. That's really clever. Because I was looking straight at that and I couldn't flip and see it. Oh, there's another one over here, look. Flipping hell, this is already paid for itself. Now I know what I'm looking for. Literally paid for itself. Yeah, look, it's found another one. Isn't there some bonus one for... There's some curio that benefits you when you pick those up as well. So maybe there's a nice wombo combo there of the one that highlights them on the map for you and then gives you a bonus when you go pick them up. That could be a nice little synergy. It's one of the curios, Woo. I'm testing out a few different ones now. I've got some of them a little bit more leveled up. And, you know, it's when in Rome, you know, if I'm going to be in delves, I might as well be figuring out delves. Backstrapped missile. Latch missile to back. Ignite missile. Go up. Only usable in the undermine. There's another one over here. Look, somewhere. Sneaky, sneaky. Flipping hell. Pet died before I had the chance to... Okay, this is actually a spicy pull. I have pulled too much here. Right, we got to fix this problem. I was trying to save that for the boss, but I done goofed and overpulled there. I'd have probably been fine actually, but... You on about the radar curio? Yeah, it's it's pinging on the map where the mislaid curios are, which is a nice little bonus for Bran. Not only that, you know, they also have the chance to have delve mats. So, you know, gold making. Ka-ching.
Here's your take of the spoils.
I got the bombs curio. Holy shit, they're doing 20 million damage. That seems hella busted. Oh, no, it's found one over here, look. Pick that up in a minute. They're so tiddly that, you know, putting a whacking great big reticle on it, saying pick this up, that really sets the goblin in me into happy mode. Yeah, the loot window is plumber, yeah. I don't know if it's on by default if you already have plumber. But there's loads of little tools and quality of life features in that add-on now. It's a cool little one to have. Why are you telling me here? I just picked that one up. Where's the last member of the survey team? It's not showing on my map. I'm going to assume it's this way, because this is just the way we haven't been.
Fantastic.
So yeah, we've been using Pocket Factory, which builds some turrets, but it's this Loot Raider R. Every 30 seconds or 5 seconds after entering combat, scans the environment, highlighting mislaid curiosities and making enemies below 95% health take 10% more damage. So you got a 50% uptime on a nice little damage amp. Plus you find all the goodies knocking about. Isn't there one of these that benefits you when you pick up some goodies? No. Maybe they're both utility ones. Oh yeah, look, the cola carrier. Curiosities now have a 50% chance to gain 2 colas, and once per delve, Brand now summons a 6-pack. Oh, so you have to choose between these. Well, somebody saying that the bomb does good things. Got the bombs curio. Goblin-o-matic bouncing grenade, that one. Or the reverse engineered death bomb. The bouncing bomb. Toss a GMB grenade at an enemy target dealing moderate nature damage with a 35% chance to stun them for 1.5 seconds, with a 40% chance to bounce to another target. Try that one out for a bit. See how it looks. Here's our last fella we need to save by the looks of things. Let's pull these guys as well, because they're a pain to deal with. That one is definitely making Bran do more damage. I cannot deny. That Goblin Impact one is definitely having some effect. Bran's now doing 400k DPS, whereas previously he was doing nothing. It did 12 million damage. Okay.
Nice
It did 12 million damage, and I haven't even got it in epic yet, I think. Didn't I only have it rare? Yeah, mine's only rare so far. Okay, well, yeah, I can already quote, yes, that does damage, yes. Confirmed. Let's get these out of the way. It's going to cause me a problem, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Interesting. Bran's DPS is now not tragic. Look, it did 60% of Bran's damage again. Okay. Yeah, these bomb ones seem to work pretty well. How do we even get up to where we're trying to go? We've got to go up through this way, haven't we? Oh, Curio over here.
fantastic.
I think we're going this way. Usually stealth through the last ones. It's probably not a bad idea, to be honest. Run through with camo. I even have camouflage, so yeah, I probably should, to be honest. Technically, the big rig does the most damage of all the powers, but if you get the mech and Bran dies, bosses can reset as they can't target you. Also, getting the mech can lead to disconnects. Yeah, I've had problems with that thing, with it resetting bosses, which is why I don't use it. You have bonus eyes. I don't know why you have bonus eyes. Let's just fuck things up and see what happens. I have absolutely no idea what we're doing these. I'm going to kill the tentacles first. Killing the tentacles seems like the play. Take out its eyes and it can't see, right? Is that the theory? Oh, shit. Fear. Fears are never good. Fears are never good. Pet's dead. Yeah, let's just kill its flipping tentacles first. Right, now you have no tentacles. Now we pew pew. Okay, yeah, he seems pretty trivial once you've killed his arms. Or his eyes, or whatever you want to call them. Down he goes. Oh, what's this? Lost Excavators Progress and Buddy System 5. Raise a companion to level 50. Oh, nice. I didn't even know. Didn't even know. Yeah, Bran did 60% of his damage from the goblin bomb things, which actually contributed nearly 50 million health on that boss fight. Means Bran actually did nearly 700k DPS. We'll take that. We'll take that. It claims I did 3 million DPS. I don't think that's true. Sometimes I don't believe these numbers. That doesn't make sense. I don't do that much damage in flipping full raid buffs.
Fantastic.
Bran activates the conversion matrix. A small percent of all party damage dealt during this time is converted to primary stat and split between party members. What if I'm the only party member? After the conversion matrix powers down, the primary stat buff lasts for 15 seconds. This effect cannot occur more than once every 2 minutes. Upon entering... See, that's quite a good one. Upon entering combat, it triggers for 15 seconds, which is going to line up with your initial blast. Then it's going to convert it to primary stat that lasts for another 15 seconds. So 15, so you're only actually getting the buff for 15 seconds every 2 minutes. But that'll be a big amp to agility. I don't know. That one might also work pretty well.
That's more like it.
The bouncing grenade at the moment though is pretty rocking. The fact that it makes Bran do anything is a bonus to me. Okay, we're experimenting, we're finding out, we're learning. We're moving up in the world. Right, one more bountiful, and then we can go do some more traditional Mantheus style content. Where is the last one? What is the last one? Spiral Weave. I legit have no idea how to get there.
Ooh, I got solutions.
You didn't use the fire at the start of the delve. I don't know what that means. Doesn't the fire just heal you up? I don't know. What does it do?
The clouds above the living.
It just gives you 5% main stat? Oh. Well, I didn't know. I didn't even know. Today I learned. Thank you. Now we know. Right, time to fly, time to pee. Back in 2. Alrighty. Cataloger. Who are you?
Yes.
Why have you got a quest? Trial of Style gives the opportunity to look good. Focus on the photographer and follow their directions. Decline.
You want to see.
Right. This is not time for messing around with Mog. It's in here, right? Yes. First time. Why does this say only chance to receive heavy trunk? Why is Bran not going to get any XP or anything? Hello? Why is it just saying heavy trunk? It says bountiful here. Why isn't Bran going to get any XP? Why does it not say bountiful chest? Is that just a visual glitch? I'm not going to flip and do the whole thing if it's going to go stupid on me. Go back, come out again. It claims to be bountiful here. Move out the zone a little bit. Is it because of that world quest that's going on right there? What is this? Place the general's banner. Where did this even come from? Please notice you having fun in Delves. Yeah, it's goofed. What if I enter it and come back out again? Can you get a well-fed buff from this then? Bran's Cozy Campfire. Ah, nice. So you can. Hmm. Um. Um. Apparently his XP is capped, a Reddit post says. 27 or 28 delves a week. Well, I've definitely not done 28 delves a week. This is like my maybe... This is maybe my 8th delve of the week. I did 4 yesterday and 4 today. Well... Let's go in and see if we kill things and he gets experience. I'm going to hope it's just a bit of a visual glitch. The rest of it seems to say, you know, Nemesis, Strongbox and Bountiful and all of that sort of jazz. See if Bran gets any goodies. Bran gained 30 experience. Okay, I'm going to assume it's just a visual glitch then. Check your bags for a chunk of Bran XP, as that's where his XP goes if you hit the cap. Seems to be fine. Yeah, Bran's still gaining experience. It's hidden behind my camera, but my chat log still seems to indicate he's gaining experience from kills. I wonder what will happen, like, at the end of the dungeon, at the end of the thing. Whether he'll get the big completion bonus or not. Poppets rescued? What's going on? Take this antitoxin and use it to free the others. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I know I've been doing a few delves recently, but I definitely wouldn't expect on a single character within 24 hours of the week beginning to have hit any sort of caps. I mean, if that is the case, that's you know, that's another more fuel to my fuck time gating fire. It shouldn't be though, really. Get off illusions.
Here's your take of the spoils.
2. Oh wait, are you considered a puppet because you've got a thing above your head? Oh shit, I let the pet die. Why are you focused on Bran? Bran, stop pulling aggro, mate. Stop it now. Be sensible. Only works on those fully taken over by the Puppet Master, okay. Down he goes. Down he goes. Big treasure dude spawning. Boom, boom, boom. Should have opened that at the same time as those other two, shouldn't I? Missed a trick. Maximum health by 50%. 12.8 million health. Don't mind if I do. When any player's health falls below 40% during combat, the idol awakens, dealing moderate damage. Okay. Alright, halfway house. Although we've only found 3 of the puppet dudes. No? Yeah, we've only found 3 of the puppet dudes. Okay, this is a slightly spicier pull. In for a penny. That was a bad decision. That was a bad decision. Why did I decide to pull that extra one? Bad decision. Alright, kill things now. Keep men penned up. Pets alive, we're alive. Simple. It's fine. It's fine. Oof. Spicy meatball.
Nice find.
Yeah, he seems to be still getting experience. Must just be like visually glitched. Or it might be getting hella confused by the fact I'm not using keys at the end of these. The game must be like, you must not want to do more delves, you're not opening all the boxes. Why would you not be opening the boxes, the game says. If you make opening boxes require keys that require me farming for said keys, then I just won't open the boxes. It's easy. I mean, in a way, Bran's XP is kind of artificially capped by the fact that after a point he only gets experience from bountiful delves anyway. So that limits you to 4 delves per day worth of like leveling Bran before you have to start relying on alts. It's a soft cap in that regards on his XP. There's like a per player soft cap on his XP just by proxy of that, but
Here's your take of the spoils.
this one doesn't seem to have been too challenging though. At least it's not a bloody underwater one. Can't begin to tell you how annoying the underwater delves are. after massive amounts of frustration dealing with one yesterday, it made me giggle an awful lot to be lurking in K-Chak's stream last night to then see him like go, oh fuck, it's a water delve. But he had the big boss spawn for him in his water delve as well. I was like, oh dear, when it rains it pours. Poured so much he's underwater. Lol, pun intended. Bad dad joke. Bad Manthius. At least they no longer make you drown. Oh, well, there was one yesterday where I still had to deal with breath. Flipping trying to bounce between bubbles whilst also trying to make sure Bran doesn't do anything stupid like pull half the dungeon, and then whilst, you know, trying to maintain keeping pets alive when they really don't want to stay alive, and all sorts of business going on. My brain doesn't multitask. Simple goblin brain. Likes to sit down, relax, take things slow, open a spreadsheet. not that level of craziness. Which way are we going here? I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Any reason to go that way other than this little box? Oh, okay, well we pulled anyway. Now we find out the hard way. Stopped playing The War Within mid-season 1, now recently bought a token, and it seems hardly anything sells for a profit lately. We're in a position, when it comes to crafting at least, even profession crafting's kind of stale, there's profit to be made all over the place with crafting professions, but there is a but. The caveat is that you have fully min-maxed professions. That's your ticket to play, in other words, you know, it's your entry requirements. Like at the, you know, the theme park, you must be at least this high to enter the ride. The barrier to entry right now is basically having fully optimized professions. Once you've got fully optimized professions, there's profit everywhere. But it requires you to, in most cases, deal with the whole production chain yourself. So say, for example, you wanted to make, I don't know, missives with inscription, you'd be in a position where you'd have to have a fully optimized scribe for milling herbs, for... Thank you, Goldson, I'll get to that in 1 second. You'd need a scribe that's fully set up for milling. You'd need that same scribe, or at least an alternative scribe on your account that can also hyper-optimize the production of inks. Then you'd need one that's hyper-optimized for the production of the missives. But if you can do all of those three things, the entire production chain from herbs to pigments to inks to missives, yeah, you can quite comfortably squeeze out some profit. And you can stand around crafting missives all day at that point if you really wish. But like I said, the entry requirements that you must be this tall to play is by having that fully hyper-optimized profession, which if you stopped halfway through Season 1, you're probably not going to have yet. Anything below that is kind of, you're kind of like, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. Goldson, though, my man, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing both yourself and your friends. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream today.
Nice fight.
Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. But yeah, making 300k from crafting early in Season 1, barely nothing. The beginning of an expansion is the peak of gold making. You do not ever beat the first month or two in an expansion. You'll never see results like you do at the beginning of an expansion. And so, yeah, if you've only just come back, you will, no way you will see anything even remotely close to that. You got to consider the beginning of an expansion, not the norm, but the exception to the rule. Without doing some seriously crazy, hyper-optimized crafting. This is the thing, right? There's a lot of upfront time and effort to do it, but once you get there, you can spend all day doing it. You can spend all day doing it. There's plenty of profits to be made. Crafting is way more time consuming though these days than it ever used to be, because you kind of have to do all steps of the process yourself. Unless you're vertically integrating, completing the entire production chain yourself, you are paying somebody else a premium in some way, shape or form. There's at least 5% margin to be had in each step of the process by doing it yourself, because of the auction house fee. Nobody sells anything for less than, a 5% profit, and that's because the auction house takes 5% of the cut. And so if you can bring those 5% margins internally by doing the full production chain, something like ciphers or missives with inscription, for example, you have the milling process, milling into pigments, you have pigments into inks, and you have inks into final product. So there's 3 steps of the production chain there, basically meaning that when to most people it looks like there's zero margin in doing it, no profits to be had, there's actually up to about 15% profit, which as crafting goes is not bad. But even add-ons like Craft Sim are not going to really display that very well, because any sort of add-on is going to assume that you are buying materials and crafting. So yeah, it's those who are good at maths and those that have put a lot of effort in so far are still seeing some pretty fantastic results, but if you took a bunch of time off, it's not as good. You got some catch up to do. Oh shit, that was the boss? I didn't even realise. I was just TED talking. Didn't even realise. Oh, well, that gets our vault for the week done as well. Nice. How many minutes of ads per hour do I run on Twitch? It's set at 3, I believe, right now. But at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you. The slider goes all the way to 22. I probably wouldn't recommend running 22, but it's entirely up to you. That's the Nemesis one. Give me that one. Oh, reverse engineered Goblin Death Bomb. We got an epic one. Slowly padding them out. Slowly padding them out. How many are we missing? We're missing 2 upgrades from the combat ones. And we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the utility ones. AI told me that 12 minutes is okay. I mean, 22 minutes is okay if you're willing to have very, very poor viewer attention. Like I said, I wouldn't recommend it. Right, I'm not going to bother opening the box, though. We'll save the keys for next week. I don't need what's in the box particularly. Mostly doing that for a bit of brand experience more than anything else. Brand's now 50 plus. Plus we got some of the curios leveled up a touch as well. Right. And our vault is now sorted for the week. Just want 50 USD a month in ad revenue. I wouldn't know how fees. I don't. To be honest, I don't pay anywhere near enough attention to that sort of stuff. I used to, but I don't anymore. I don't really consider too heavily revenue via Twitch, certainly by ads. Casually looking at my dashboard here for comparison, where's the breakdown of what earns what? Ads account for about 1/3 of my total Twitch revenue. Native ads account for about 1/3. Turbo accounts for a little bit, but it's still heavily swayed towards subs. And the balance between trying to show people more ads and, you know, annoying them is a very fine line, which is why most streamers with at least a reasonable conscience try and keep that number as low as possible. That said, now this is slightly controversial, but I will say it all the same. There are often slightly bigger streamers out there that see benefit from putting a higher number of ads, as it strongly incentivizes more usage of primes. It strongly incentivizes more people to gift. If you're a bigger streamer and you receive a lot of gift subs, there's a huge amount of your viewership on a daily basis that has received a gifted sub, and so it doesn't matter what the ad rate is for them at that point. It's weird and it's psychological and it's a bit manipulatively, you know, it's a bit gross, but this is why I try to keep it as modest as possible and then try not to worry about it. Right, delves are done though. Let's haul ass to the Undermine and go kill some rares. For example, the Race to World First guys seem to be totally shameless in it in terms of the fact the Race to World First guys, because they know they're providing. Race to World First guys will throw 22 minutes of ads an hour on their streams. I mean, because they're not even engaging with the stream at that point, right? You know, that's because their stream is, you know, the value proposition is so very different for those guys. You know, those guys aren't even engaging with their chat. They're literally just sat there playing the game. It's like just opening a window and then allowing people to look through that window, right? They're not doing anything to like put on a show particularly. And the harsh reality is the Race to World First guys, when they're streaming, for the most part, couldn't care less if you watch or not. The harsh reality of it is they couldn't care less if you're watching or not. If you are going to stand on the other side of the window and watch what they're doing, they're going to play 22 minutes of ads, or you're going to have turbo, or you're going to be lucky and get a gifted sub. Whether that has any knock-on effects to their long-term streaming viewership, I don't know. I don't know if these guys drop the ad rates right down when they're just sort of streaming in between the big races, for example. But the other thing is that most people don't talk about it very openly. I don't mind talking about it. When I click on a new stream, if he has pre-rolls, I just click off. Yeah, the pre-rolls are the absolute worst. Pre-rolls are the absolute worst. 3 minutes is the minimum amount of ads that you need to display per hour to eliminate pre-rolls completely. So, although you can set the slider below the number 3, if you want to show people as few ads as possible, be aware that then everybody is going to borderline be forced to watch an ad before they can even start watching your stream. Which, yes, statistically causes about a 30% bounce rate, which in marketing terms means that 1 out of every 3 people that choose to watch your stream don't even get through the ad before they're like, nah, fuck this, and they move on and watch somebody else. Twitch Turbo seems like the best deal. Twitch Turbo, if you spend any reasonable amount of time, if you check in with your favorite streamers, you know, every day whilst you're playing some video games, Twitch Turbo is an absolute bargain. I've not seen an ad on Twitch for years. Same on YouTube. YouTube Premium and Twitch Turbo, I personally get huge value from. Because, you know, if either I'm streaming or I'm watching other people streaming. And same on YouTube. Like, I cannot be watching... If I'm watching a YouTube video and I'm engaged in that YouTube video and then ads start playing midway through it, like, boom, I'm gone. So it's kind of a... But, you know, it's, once again, like with everything in this world, it's a value proposition, right? If you don't use it, paying, what is it, 12, 15 bucks a month? I don't even know for Twitch Turbo these days. It used to be 10 euros. I don't know how much it is now. But, you know, just think how many, you know, I've so much chatter, so much frustration for so many people about, oh, this stream is playing this many ads and that stream is playing that many ads. I'm like, if you're watching that many different streamers that much during the week, I know obviously the streamer thing to say is, well, sub to them, but for the at a bare minimum, get yourself Turbo. At the bare minimum, get yourself Turbo. The ridiculous thing is, right? The ridiculous thing is that the way Turbo works for streamers is that streamers get paid the ad revenue as if those people watched the ad, even though they don't watch the ad, if they have Turbo. And it's kind of weird, and it's probably the reason why Twitch doesn't really promote Turbo all that much, because at scale, that costs Twitch a lot of money. A lot of money. And is also predominantly the reason why Twitch are terrible at selling ad space on their platform. Because other people who buy ad space also know this. It's kind of weird. There's a clip of Asmongold. Don't try and search for it because your ad feed, your YouTube feed will be bombarded for weeks if you do. But there was a clip recently of Asmongold where he showed his dashboard. He doesn't have any ads running on his stream, and that's not necessarily by his choice. It's by the choice of Twitch because his content isn't particularly monetizable. But he still makes 50% of his revenue from people that have Turbo. So, like, even though not a single ad actually plays on his stream, because he's far too controversial these days, but because so many of his viewers still have Turbo, he still generates about 50% of his revenue from ad revenue, even though not a single ad is playing, off the back of Turbo subscriptions. Twitch probably has got something wrong somewhere, because it shouldn't really work like that. But it's yeah, the TLDR is if you're on Twitch any more than like half an hour a day, Turbo is an absolute bargain. I've killed all the weeklies on this dude this week. So I'm just trying to kill the main ones now. I'm wondering if actually doing some realm hopping is a quicker and easier way to get it. It's good to get up and move around every hour, so I run 3 minutes of ads and then take a break whilst doing it. Yeah, that's the approach I really should take. If I was smart about it, I would set up a little, you know, alert notification kind of thing that ads are turning up in like 3 minutes. Get ready to take a 3-minute break. But, you know, I tend to take a break when I jump on a flight path to go from A to B sort of thing. I take a break when there's a break in the whatever it is we're doing, rather than it being, okay, it's break time now. But yes, from a health perspective, it's smart to get up and move around. Sitting down all day is not great in the first place. Actually, this is a thought. I should have a little bit of a look at what our market research situation is. Oh, I've got less than 500 market research across all my toons right now. Not only do I want to get to at least 50 miscellaneous mechanicas relatively soon, it would be really nice to also get the Dark Fuge rep. We're 6,500 into a vid. Yeah, it'd be really nice to get this to Exalted as well, because then any rare killing, that's once again a sort of a barrier to entry. I want to start getting those Paragon chests rolling with one of these sub-factions, the Dark Fuse preferably, because then every market research is working towards another Paragon chest, which is another nice cheeky little bonus towards getting more Mechanicas a little bit more effectively. But the barrier to entry there is making your way to Exalted in the first place. Let's go check old Beaky Boy at the top here. No Beaky Boy. Is it just me or have I never bought anything from an ad seen on Twitch? But this is, most ads on the internet these days are not actually trying to make you buy things. Back in the early infancy days of internet marketing, it was more, you know, if I pump this many ads, how many conversions do I get? How many sales do I make? It's not so much really like that these days. It's more about brand awareness. You know, big companies will have a marketing budget, and if they can make you more aware, and market awareness works two ways. It still doesn't mean that you actually have to buy something from them. But what it does do is it means you are less likely to buy something from somebody else, which is once again an advantage that big, you know, your big companies out there that are going to spend, you know, that are going to spend $1 million a quarter with Twitch advertising. Coca-Cola will spend $1 million a quarter advertising on Twitch, not so that you drink more Coke, but so that you drink less Pepsi. As weird as that sounds, that's just their marketing budget, you know. The default ad on Twitch is for Amazon. This is like when Twitch has like literally no other ads to show you, it will show you ads for Amazon. Because Amazon are like, right, well, if we're paying for this flipping platform in the first place, we're at least going to get something out of it. And I would, as controversial as it sounds, it is probably one of the only reasons why Amazon hasn't bothered to try and sell Twitch yet. Because Twitch has been so bad since Amazon bought it at actually making any money. But it also allows them to market on this platform at incredibly cheap rates, I would imagine. Now, I know they own the company, but they still have to pay for the ads that they display on here. But they will get it at like the most competitive market rates you will ever see. And so over the years, just think about how many Amazon ads have been displayed on this website. Which, if Amazon were to spend that money elsewhere advertising, would have probably cost them exponentially more. Right, I can't seem to find any of these rares. Is that a dumpster or is that a shiny trash can? Trash can. Pepsi tastes way better than Coke. I don't drink either anymore. I don't drink either. That said, if, you know, I'm out, you know, at McDonald's or something, you know, if we go out somewhere and the option is like beer or Coke, and I can't have a beer, I'll still drink Coke. It's not that I refuse to drink the stuff, it's just I don't actively try and drink it anymore. Both because regular Coke, my preference would be regular Coke, and I drank regular Coke for literally most of my life. But regular Coke, there comes a point where you just have to realise that it is killing you. You could switch to the sugar-free stuff, because then there's not all the sugar in it. But I also tend to believe that the sugar-free stuff is even worse for you than the normal stuff, because you're just replacing sugar with chemicals, which doesn't sound like a win to me. You know, if you intake too much sugar, you can go to the gym and work that stuff off, right? If you're pumping yourself full of artificial sweeteners and chemicals, that's not great at all. Now, you'll still frequently see me drinking lemon Fanta, and that's because it's got significantly less sweeteners in it, because it's not it's sugar-free for starters, but it's got less sweeteners in it because it's not actively trying to be sweet. And I don't particularly like the taste of sweeteners. Now, in theory, yes, just drink water, but I also, after drinking Coke for most of my life, find drinking just water incredibly boring. We haven't even killed garbage, dude. Maybe I'll just hop in a scrap group till we get some of this done. Wait, no scrap groups? Dead game? Oh, because you put SCRAP farm. Oh, of course nobody's going to find that. Donut. Is that the only one? Oh my god. Dead game. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, the honeymoon period for this zone has come and gone already. This is why I was trying to focus on getting a little bit of, getting a lot of the stuff done in the first few weeks, because I knew it was going to be much easier when there's loads of groups to do it with. It's 11:30 during the week. Most people are at work. You're not. I'm not. People haven't been for the last 3 weeks. Doesn't really matter these days. I mean, this is definitely a quieter time, but in comparison to how it's been the last few weeks, it's very quiet in this zone now. Very quiet. I mean, week 1, if you searched for trash farming, there was like a list of 10 40-man raids on the go. Like 24 hours a day. Two to 3 weeks, then it's a huge decline, kind of the pattern of retail. I've said for years, retail is arcade mode. Retail is designed and should, in my opinion, be played in that way these days. You should blast it for as long as you're happy to blast it for, and then be content putting the game down. Unless you have like larger overarching goals to achieve in the game, such as, you know, collecting stuff or whatever. But like if you're not too avid in the collection side of the game, yeah, blast it for a few weeks while everybody else is blasting it too. Then put it down. Come back in 6 weeks' time when they release something new. It's Delve week after all. Yeah, everybody's in Delves. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Nobody's doing the world content anywhere near as much this week. They're blasting their Delves. And, you know, the theory is that people get done with doing this, right? There is a finite amount of time you need to spend doing this sort of stuff. You know, when you think about these scrap piles, think about the few different reasons why people are doing it in the first place. People are initially doing it to spawn the garbage Galagio rare, to then get the mount. That is something that, in theory, you know, most people who actually actively wanted to go and get that mount have got it by now. So that means every single time somebody gets that mount, then there is technically less people that are going to be interested in engaging in that activity. So numbers naturally decline in that regards. And this sort of zug-zug methodology in retail these days means that the decline is actually even sharper and more rapid these days. The zone's going to start feeling very quiet in a couple of weeks. I mean, there's two sides to that tale. One, it will make killing the rares a little bit easier because they might actually sit around for more than 30 seconds before dying. But the flip side is that it will be more difficult to hop between realms when there's less people playing. I quite frequently use a little bit of realm hopping to get the last few rares each day because it's quicker than doing it via any other method. No, not in the building. Flipping hell. How many times do you lot accidentally zoom into that cave? I do it all the time. Oh, and Scrapbeak's dead. Google 1992 space movie and don't say anything in chat because of reasons. There's going to be a hit. Google 1992 space movie. What the hell? You Danes, man. You Danes. Don't say it. I wondered what you meant when you said don't say anything in chat because of reasons. Yes. Down he goes. Oh, it's 12:30. In about 20 minutes, I need to take a break for 10. Where's the next one going to be? Oh, who put a fake tree there? There we go. Wiggle our way out. Zoom. How did I get here first? Slackers. Absolute slackers. Go.
Get those shovels moving if you want a share of the trash.
Sooner we start, sooner we finish.
Not again. Yeah, it happens sometimes.
I think I'm still going to be a few days off hitting Revered with the Dark Fuse solutions. I also have the inherent problem that I've got a crazy busy weekend, meaning I'm probably not going to be able to even log on to play on either Saturday or Sunday. Meaning I've basically got today and tomorrow to do it, unless we leave it till next week. So it's going to be a little while, I think, still before I can get that ticking away with Paragon boxes. $24K cloth braces Sunday stream. Do it. Do it. 24K 24-hour cloth braces Sunday stream. Double do it. $24-hour stream, 24 minutes of ads. 24,000 cloth braces.
Time to head out. Get a move on.
Overflowing dumpster. We don't mind those. I googled it. I went down on some sort of list. Maybe. Start the damn thing. Stop waiting.
You keeps. Get shoveling.
Don't get why people lurk at the flipping things and don't just start it. The quicker you start, the quicker you finish. There's rarely a problem of reaching 500 with these things. You can pretty much hit 500 solo if you pay 100 gold. It's assuming you keep the buff up.
And that's why we got insurance, folks. Clean it up.
There's a dumpster around here somewhere. Where's the dumpster? Is it that one in the corner? One in the corner by the 3 mobs. No. Where is it? There's a dumpster around here somewhere. Oh, it's probably behind here. There it is. Don't mind taking a quick detour from our digs to open a dumpster. Pays off once in a while. Can anyone start them? Yeah, you just speak to the dude. Literally anybody can start them. Because they take a flat 2 minutes every time, the quicker you start it, the quicker it's done, you know. Yeah. I don't know the exacts, but I'm pretty sure there's about a 30-second downtime between the end of one and another one spawning. So the sooner you can start the next one, the more you can squeeze out per hour. If that level of optimization is your jam. Oh shit, VB's up. Hello. Also a good reason to get your checklist done and dusted out of the way nice and quick at the beginning of the week, because you'll start racking up these bonus check cards quite quickly doing all of this sort of activity as well. Which, even if you don't get a bonus one every week, you know, every little helps. Because these sub-faction reps, whew, I feel bad for people who are playing on only one character. These sub-faction reps are going to take people flipping years to max out for those who want all of the rewards from those. If you want to try and get each one of these to Exalted, holy.
Not again.
Doing it without a bunch of alts or without farming a bunch of bonus checklists is going to be pain.
Whoa, wrap it up.
Ow, we spawned the big dude. Oh. Kata rolled a 60. With Kata rolled a 60. Demon Hunter, can't see ya. Oh, back to this one again. Wow, flip-flopping between the two. Goblin giving stuff away for free. I must have given away double digits of those things by this point. You do still need Sal, Scrapbeak, Swigs, and Tally. Three of those are like up here. We should just go lurk up these, I reckon. Lurk to get those three. Well, there's a dig here and a dig here, isn't there? So we'll probably get these three quite easily. Scrapbeak is... Sometimes I just take the scenic route to wherever the next trash pile is. I need to switch this weak aura to not display in this zone, because there's absolutely no reason for me to see it in this zone. Display. I don't know how you do this. Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Time to head out.
Is there a load when? Only in these zone IDs. Current season raid. Undermine 2346. 2346 isn't on the list. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. It'll just live there. It's fine. I'll watch. Scrapbeak. Scrapbeak time. Never lucky. Right, I need to start preparing to try and snipe a graphics card.
Not again. Hey, that thing snagged my lunchbox earlier.
Oh my god, am I gonna die? That's the one. Okay.
Shovels down. We'll come back to this one later.
Let me in the box. Hello, game? Let me in. Interrupted. What's going on? Oh, it's the flipping world boss being pulled. Damn you. Damn strawberry jam. Oh, screw it. We'll come back later for that one. Right, where are we off to next? Sal, Swigs, Tally. Let's do a quick lap and see if either of the trio are up. Sal, nobody's been up this way for a while. There's a chance. Not a good chance. Is that a dumpster? That's a dumpster. Right, let's get this to 500 quickly. See if it spawns the big dude. If it doesn't spawn a big dude, quick bathroom break.
Ugh, not again. Hey, that thing
Oh,
snagged my lunchbox
flip it now.
earlier. Better shovel harder. 1 minute and we are out of here.
It's interesting. The amount of people you see doing this is clearly very varied. Because there are people doing absolutely outrageous DPS. Which means these are some very geared characters doing this. You know, pro raiders by night, mythic raiders by night, scrap merchants by day is the way that this thing feels right now.
Time to head out. Get a move on.
Right, I'll chill here for a quick minute. Quick bathroom break, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Okay, alright. Where is everybody on the map? Everybody's down here, but that doesn't look like there's a dig going on. Oh, top corner. Did a rare spawn? No, no rares. Oops, that's a wall.
What's the damage?
What's the damage?
Let's move it, people.
Right, couple more digs. Couple more digs, and then I need to try and snag myself a graphics card.
Let that stop you? Fix it. Oh, for the lover, get that out of here. Better shovel harder. 1 minute? Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Has anybody actually finished the grind on Dark Fuse? Has anybody been able to get many of the Paragon boxes? Is anybody crazy enough to have bothered? I did, but I only got one of the boxes. I mean, the boxes are 10k. Are they 10k rep per box? Is it 10k? Grammy's hand-me-down bow again. The second one of those today. 10k a box. 10k a box, so what's that? 20 turn-ins. So 2,000 market research per box. $2K market research a box. Digging is about 300. Digging is about 300 an hour. So that's up to potentially, that's probably 7 hours of digging to get a single box, which isn't even guaranteed to get you one miscellaneous mechanica from what I've heard. So maybe the Dark Fuse boxes are not going to end up being the primary thing you focus on, but it's, you know, another supplementary. You will over time get boxes as well as digging dumpsters, as well as killing rares. It's probably not going to be efficient enough for you to turn around and say, right, I'm just going to do digging and nothing else. Now, 2x4 farming for 2x4 farming for the 2x4 farming for the market research is faster, but of course it has the restriction that you need multiple other people to help you do it.
Oh, for the lover, get that out of here.
Mounts aren't selling, by the way. I've had 2 in the most populated realms for a week now. Can't sell them. You've sold 1. K-Chak's sold 1. I'm in the same position. I've had 1 posted for ages, but I haven't sold it. But I'd still sooner rather have them and, you know, them not sell straight away. You know as well as I know, as well as most people know, there's not many players in the game that are willing to drop like 5 mil on a mount. That one was different though, it was the first in the world. True. Sold one also like 3 days ago. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, didn't you say you sold yours for 4 point something mil, 4.5 mil or something? The rocket, 4 mil.
Grab your gear and let's go.
Okay, I'm at the point where I need to pause for a few minutes. Unfortunately, this isn't something I can actively do on the stream because it shows personal details, because I need to be logged in. But I need to now keep frantically refreshing these pages and click add to basket as soon as I get the option to. This didn't work for me last week because there was about 3 that hit the stock, which wasn't great, but at this point I don't mind them selling slowly. Yeah, I mean it's at the end of the day it's not a rush, is it? We've already very carefully deciphered the fact that just getting 25 Mechanicas to buy the mount in the first place is a mountainous task for anybody, never mind your casual mount collector. So in theory, just having them for sale. I have never, ever, 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 ever failed to sell a mount. Let's put it that way. Whether it be a crafted mount, a farmed mount, or anything, I have never failed to sell a mount. Trading card game mounts, you name it. I've never failed to sell a mount. Now, questionably... Oh my god, I got one. Oh my god, I got a 5080. Oh, nice. 5080 in the bag. Shipping costs, yes. Deliver it to here, yes. Yes. Choose delivery method. Deliver it to my house. Deliver it to my house. Same day delivery of mail to your business or house? Yeah, that's not happening, is it? Online banking. Boom. 5080, boys and girls. MSRP. Let's fucking go. Please hold. Please hold. $50.90 is already sold out. Hang on, there's no reflection in my glasses here, is there? While I'm flipping, logging onto my bank. Yeah, take it from the don't tell the wife account. Confirm. Get your PS5 now before the demand kicks in. Boom. Woo! Well, that was an expensive stream today. We will notify you of the order by email once the product has shipped. That means I might get that tomorrow then. Let me check my email. Sorry, please hold. We will get back to actually doing video games in a minute.
Is that your wallet?
Why don't
You
I
just
have
glad
an
to see me.
email?
Both,
Tell
I
me
hope.
the email. Give me... Oh, it said when it's shipped. Okay. Right. Order placed at 1:01 p.m. 1 minute after they became available. GG for the big boy card, Chris. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will put those biddies towards the fund. Thank you. Thank you. Out of curiosity, did I need to snipe them so aggressively fast? Oh, there was 25. There was 25 in stock. They're now down to 8, which are all, yeah, you either snipe one within a minute or you don't get it. Well, how much is a 5080 where I am? Oh, I got mine at MSRP. That's why I was trying so hard to snipe them. I knew exactly what time they were going in stock. I've just paid 1,230 euros. 1,230 euros. But that now should last me a good few years. Damn, that's low. Yeah, MSRP. You can buy them on the shelf. You can buy one off the shelf, but they're 1,600 euros. So, yeah. Paying attention and sniping that has just basically saved me 400 euros. So, maybe I'll have to book a table at a restaurant before I tell the wife, though. Oh! Now I've got to get that 4K screen to do the quad WoW stream. Yeah, that's next. Goblins are good at sniping. Well, we're good at summon at least. Okay, I'll keep my eyes on my inbox. Oh, here we go. Emails. Thank you for your orders. Boom. Weekday before 4. Well, that will turn up tomorrow then. Nice. Perfect card for new satisfactory playthrough. Start with the I saved 400 euros today line. Yeah, we'll start with that one. Right. Now give me some rares. Now make the day a little bit smoother by giving me some rare kills. Giving me some. Did I get kicked from that? I didn't get kicked from the group, but I should have probably left the group. Right, main event. Senjin? Never lucky. Hyjal. Oh, delisted. Where's that? Mazrigos? I have never heard of that realm name before in my life. Oh, I thought that was a Mechanica then. It's got the same flipping symbol. Oh, trash can. Yeah, Satisfactory is going to look beautiful. B-E-A-beautiful. Welcome, working on my third Dark Fuse Paragon box. How's been the gaming sesh? Very good, my friend, very good. And good luck on your third box. I'm intrigued. I was just asking a few minutes ago how people are doing on those boxes. That's getting an overall community-wide understanding of just how many Mechanicas can pop out of them would be interesting. Does Wowhead have any more data on these, by the way? Does Wowhead have any more data? I got 2 on each of the first 2. Woo! So you've had 4 from 2 boxes so far. That's bananas. What are they called? Overflow. They overflowing? Overflowing undermined. No. What are they called? Oh, I can't see. What the box is called? Dark Fuse Trove. Is it these ones? Contains Mount Mechanica on a 40% rate. Only 10 boxes apparently have been opened, and 3 times Miscellaneous Mechanica has popped out of them. 4 times the Mount has popped out of them, based on Wowhead's tiny sample size. This is the Paragon Reputation Reward for the Dark Fuse Solutions faction. Contains some Resonance Crystals, 1 to 2 Miscellaneous Mechanica, and a rare chance at a Bronze Goblin Wave Shredder. Took me 3 attempts to receive the Mount. Traded 1,900 market research and my reputation of my Paragon reset, so I didn't receive my 5th box. Now, so happy to grind another 1,900 mark. Okay, whatever. Took me 3 attempts to receive the Mount 6 days ago. There has to be a better way to get this. I'm not asking for easy because mindlessly farming mobs is already pretty easy, but better because mindlessly farming mobs is also one of the worst possible things you can do in the game. Wait until this player realizes. Wait until this dude realizes what you have to do to get the other factions to Revered and Exalted and get the caches from the other 4 basic factions. Flipping hell. They ain't seen nothing yet. Okay. So little information on these things. I think if you got Mechanica out of them... I mean, to get 2 Mechanicas out of each of your first 2, I think you're already way above... way above average. Way above average. But either way, GG. I mean, who knows? At the end of the day, this whole little adventure over the last couple of weeks could be, you know, could not really amount to much at all. But I made a few mil before the patch even went live on my material flips. Although, yes, I may have sacrificed a little bit of potential crafting profits by spending so much time out here farming these. But, you know, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, I have never yet once failed to sell a mount. So it will sell at some point. The question is just how low am I willing to let it go for? So we're set to make some more gold. Just the quantity is to be determined. If you want those, best to farm them now. Later, there'll be no scrap groups. Well, you don't need to push the scrap groups to 500. You only need to get the scrap to like 250 to get the big box at the end. And you can do that solo. Scrap farming though, realistically, is not really the optimal way of doing it. It's the solo friendly way of doing it. But the optimal way of doing it is farming it in 2x4 groups, but that's obviously puts even more requirement on others. In theory, I would actually go as far as saying the best way to do it is probably a multi-box setup doing the digs, to be honest. A multi-box setup doing the digs is because you will each then get to open the box, and you will each get 15 out of each box. So like for every additional character you add, you take 300 an hour with one character, 600 an hour with two characters, 900 an hour if you've got three characters. Now you can fit 3 dudes in your one car, so your main dude plus 2 slaves doing digs solo is 900 an hour. You need 2,000 per box, so that's 2 hours, 3 accounts, all piled into a car, solo digs, a box every 2 hours. If you do it that way, is probably the most optimal way, I believe, to farm these, other than going bigger with your multi-box setup and doing a K-Chak approach where it's like 5-man boxing and just focusing on like key rares and just cycling through a shitload of characters. But with literally 3 characters, you could probably get a box every couple of hours, I reckon. Quick maths, like I said, it's all very quick maths, but like I said, none of that really particularly matters if the drop rate from the boxes isn't that great. But it feels like there is probably an average of 1 Mechanica per box. If you got 2 from the first 2 boxes you opened, it's probably a range of 1 to 2. You've probably just, hit the jackpot by hitting both 2 and twice in a row. But, you'll get 2 occasionally. You'll then not get any another time. So it probably balances out as 1 Mechanica per box. Would be how I would somewhat assume they would have done it. Right, Swigs and Tally. These are theoretically 2 of the easier ones to get because they're right next to the hotel. How I've managed to leave these 2 to last, I have no idea. $300 research for my 3rd box, but I'll let you know. Oh, please do. Intrigued to see what's occurring. Get off the mount. Tag boss. Right, just Tally to go on this dude. Oh, I should have got in my car. No, less aggro when you're in your car. I tell you what, I was playing on some of my Hunter alts yesterday, and boy oh boy, when you go from having some gear to having no gear, flipping hell, you feel it. Just haste alone, like, you really feel it. Oh, get in the car. I'm gonna have to kill this dude every time I hop otherwise. Random Russian realm. Russian realms are usually good for not having many people on them. Never lucky. I don't technically need to clean the list, but on my main character, I just kind of have this weird need to. I don't really know why. It's not justified. I don't feel complete until I've cleaned the list on my main. That was Taryn Mill. Oh, convenient. Not to mention my main can nuke them down, so... Boom. Boom, boom, shake the room. No Mechanicas on this dude today, though. No Mechanicas on this dude. For no real reason other than OCD reasons. Let me go hand in my market research from this dude and all my alts quickly. And then we'll pick another dude. Oh, I've got the stuck in combat bug. Great. Oh, was I clicking cancel every time then? Dickhead. 648.
Need. Keep it quiet.
Right, halfway, yeah, give or take halfway through Revered now. Let's do the same with Colicans. Yeah, this stuck in combat thing won't go away now. Even Feign Death doesn't seem to fix it. I've broken it. Broken it. MSRP. Are you talking about the graphics card? Little over 1,200 euros. 1,230 euros. Which is, like I said, it's MSRP. So 999 is American dollars, $1,000. You know, convert that to euros, it's basically the same. But 999 is excluding tax. What I paid is including sales tax. So yeah, it's the equivalent of MSRP. I don't know what MSRP is. Manufacturer's suggested retail price is what it stands for. Holy flipping hell, how many cola cans have I got? Hello? $13,000 empty cola cans. Jesus. How many vintage ones have I got? Oh, I've picked up quite a few vintage ones and all. 18 vintage cola cans. All right, we're cashing out, boys and girls. Cashing out. So anything above MSRP is basically a markup. Not necessarily. In graphics card terms, Nvidia make the Founders Edition cards, but they don't sell those in half the countries. They don't sell them in Finland. You can't buy a Founders card. You can only buy a third-party board, like a partner card. Asus, MSI, Gigabyte, whatever. Those manufacturers are obligated to provide an MSRP card, a card that is at the suggested rates. But of course, they can make a selection of different cards that, you know, they have better fans on them, you know, better cooling, better overclocking capability, of which then it's their prerogative if they mark them up or not. Because, of course, they want to make some money. So, to a degree, I see their value add, but what I don't see is their €400 added. You know, they're not adding €400 worth of value to the cards at the moment. And I've looked at reviews, you know, Founders Edition MSRP cards to the, you know, top performing cards. There's like a 10% variance in their performance. That 10% is not worth paying €400 for. And most other people tend to agree right now. So, hence why the MSRP cards out like a flash. Right, let's buy as many of these as we can. 39 sifted piles of scrap. Have I even got bag space? Okay. I'll have to look into this for my next card. Good to know. Oh, you've got... Didn't you say you had a 3080 Ti, though? 3080 Ti is still a pretty solid card. It's kind of like borderline. You could upgrade, but you would be spending quite a lot to only gain a small amount of performance from a 3080 Ti, I think.
See you around.
Right, how many dinos can we get out of this then? One, two. Two dinos. Flipping out. I used to have to deal a lot with people who complained about their competitors selling under SRP because they considered it a legal business practice to give a discount. I mean, the S gives it away, doesn't it, really? Suggested? I bought that back when I wasn't broke. Well, yeah, I bet if you bought a 3080 Ti, it probably wasn't cheap. Which, with how much you spent on that, I can only imagine, means that whilst, yes, you could spend probably the same again upgrading now, but the performance uplift of doing it is still questionable. My current graphics cards are 3070, which is why I was quite itching to do an upgrade.
What's the damage?
But I like my tech, right? This is the difference, right? This is what I tried to explain to people. It was by no means absolutely necessary, but I like my tech. Do I have any of these gunk covered jobbies? Apparently I do. See if we can get some more mog out of these. See what we get out of these. ATT seems to believe that I've got 14 out of the 25 different mogs from these boxes. Let's see if we can get all the things to go ding at least a couple of times here.
I'll miss you.
Wait, is the world boss being pulled right now? That did nothing. Scammed? That didn't do anything. I might go to my mailbox. Wait, that didn't do anything either. What? Hang on. Hang on. Calling bullshit on this. Quick reload. I have a 100% drop on the world boss with the same warbound neck. Well, the neck's a good one to get, because at least then you can use it on any of your characters. That's pretty stonks, that is. I know people who have had, like, mail boots, like, 3 weeks in a row on, like, a mage. So, 3 necks, that's big. Take that. That's the noise we like. More please. Okay. Okay, it randomly gave me 158 gold, which makes me think that these like, it's saving up what's in them. Weird. 175. Oh. No, I don't even know what's going on with these. I think it might have just swallowed half of the rewards from those. Weird. Alright, sure. The last one, I need to decide what to do in my vintage cans. I need to buy some crunchers and some lab rats. Okay, there is outrageous levels of server lag right now. Probably means I shouldn't be doing this right now.
Time's a wasting.
Flipping out. Multi-dollar game. What's going on? Okay.
Well.
How many more of these have I got? 10. Wow. There's a couple to sell. If we sell some more, we'll pick up some more.
Watch yourself.
Okay. Let's get those sent over to the mail dude. And this fella, after way longer than I should have spent playing this dude today, is mostly done. Few pets to sell. go put any other goodies in the war bank. Busy morning, finally done with everything, can chill with some WoW. Welcome in, Bakoto. Welcome in, welcome in. We've not been super lucky on the Mechanica drops so far today, but I equally haven't tried particularly hard. I am now starting to get quite a nice little supply of 623 Warbound gear, which is really going to help some of my alts, apart from the leather one, because I don't have any leather wearers. It's part of me that feels like I should level a druid or something, just so I've got some use for this. Okay. Do you think that Warbound gear and Renown track for raids will become evergreen? I mean, the Warbound gear almost certainly, yeah. Blizzard have been like searching for like a relatively... I think it's just a relatively clean system. Any sort of catch-up system that they've tried to implement into the game before has always had positives and negatives, whereas the Warbound gearing is just, you know, you get it, you have to get it yourself, and it, you know, if you get it but it's not a good piece of gear for the character you're playing, you can use it on your alts, but it's not something that you can sell. It's not something that costs a lot because it's a crafted piece. You know, it kind of is a, you know, it's a nice passive reward for those players who play the game a lot. And in theory, if you play the game a lot, you should have an easier time with your alts. You know, it's quite... The Warbound gear is quite sort of quite nice. The Renown track for the raids, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sold on that concept personally. I think it just feels like yet another excuse for Blizzard to add more time gating into the content. It's a further element of control over what players do and when they do it and how they get rewarded for doing it. So I'm personally not quite so sold on that, but how am I missing like 300? I don't even know. Duplicate gear from the caches and boxes needs to become warbound. Instead of it just instantly being soulbound. Yeah, I sense there's no real any harm in that, is it? Whatever it is that you did it, so you earned the reward. For it to instantly be soulbound for you, you did earn the reward. Yeah. Drop it down a tier. I mean, that's kind of the concept behind the Warbound gear, isn't it, really? Is that it's meant to drop one tier less than the content that you earned it in. Playing for 2 hours, then to only get 3 capes or something doesn't really feel great. Yeah. I mean, that's also kind of where the catalyst is coming as well. A little bit. I know that doesn't particularly help, but a duplicate piece can be then put in the catalyst to turn it into something else. Whether it be for Mog or for... Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm pretty with you on that one. But the raid renown path, I don't think it's going to be very attractive to players long term. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, and it's going to come from the reason I think it probably won't be very attractive long term is that it's going to come from a place of like, it's going to come from the top down. That if you consider yourself a mythic raider, or not even consider yourself, if you are a mythic raider, you tend to believe that your skill and your ability to play the game and the environment that you surround yourself in the game, you have done those things in order to be able to like get the best rewards in the quickest possible way. To have, you know, mythic raiders right now that don't have any more reward club bonuses than LFR Andy are going to be like, well, this is shit. I like, you know, partly the reason I blast through the raids with a organized group of people is so that I don't have to grind the raid every flipping week, you know. There are many players that do their progress and then stop raiding, and they like the fact that they do their progress and stop raiding. This is going to mean that, you know, oh, well, there's a really fucking badass cool mount right at the end, but it means I'm going to have to flipping grind the raid more than I would naturally want to, where it could have just been a boss drop mount at the same time. I don't know. I'm not sure what people's thoughts on this are going to be long term. I don't know. I think my guild wants to try and convince me to go mythic raiding. While I enjoy progressing and doing hard heroic, I have no ambition to be a mythic raider. However, I made it clear I will jump in when needed. We have less than 20 people, and I'm one of 4 healers. Well, they're clearly going to healers. Healers and tanks are people that tend to be aggressively persuaded to come do raid content because you're always needed. Never short of a DPS. Token. What have we even had from this so far? I've not even paid attention to this, to be honest. Professionals 2, earn the respect of some dude inside the hotel giving you access to transmogging. Allow for the use of the busted rune dispenser, giving you a chance per week obtaining a crystallized augment rune. Consumes food 100% faster whilst inside the raid. Profession tables, vendors, and crafting order specialists are available on the top floor of the hotel. That's only in the instance version though, right? Yeah, that's only in the instance version. So you have to kind of come outside. You have to come outside. You have to sneaky in here. Oh, you must be in a raid group to even enter the location. Flipping hell. Okay. Hang on. Start a group. Oh, private. Doesn't seem to work. You must be in a raid group to enter this location. No. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, I mean, if you know, if progressing it in the non-instanced version, you know, crafting tables and shit just spawned up here without that restriction of having to be in the raid version, I'd probably pay more attention to it. But if I have to piss around with being in a raid group to go and even use the bonuses of that, I couldn't care less. Like, couldn't care less. I know there's some catch up for this, that if you don't do it like weekly, that you can catch up, but I can't quite remember how aggressive the catch up is. I still think even if you flat out ignore it, it's still going to take you a fair few weeks to grab this towards the end, right? It's not going to let you catch up like straight to where everybody else is, surely. But who knows? I got one from dumpster diving in the past couple of days as well. Oh yeah, dumpster diving is still worth. Like it's the only activity that I would consider is worth focusing on is killing the rares. But when you pass a dumpster, you should loot it. You should also look to grind out your Dark Fuse rep ASAP, so that any market research can go towards chests. And so these are both supplementary ways of getting them as well, which I think is well worth. So, you know, then you've got your main focus is still killing rares on your ults, but you're passively, at the same time as doing that, you're opening dumpsters whilst you're hunting for those rares, and that market research you get by killing mobs and, you know, looting rares and stuff will slowly build up to another freebie one via a Paragon chest, for example. This is the way I sort of feel as if it's probably geared up to run. Which is something that, like I said, like even the Dark Fuse thing, I would think it is worthwhile doing now and getting it set up now, because take a look in the auction house right now. There has never been a mount that can be farmed and sold on the auction house that doesn't have some value to it, regardless to what expansion. BFA mounts still farmed to this day, right? BFA mounts are still farmed to this day. These three mounts that come from Mechanicas will still have value 10 years down the line. And because dumpsters, unlocking dumpsters at Renown 13 and unlocking Dark Fuse Paragon boxes are two optimizations that are worth getting now. Because who knows, in like, you know, in a year or two's time, who knows what the situation is, and we might look back at this little farm and go, wow, that's still really, really worth doing. But you'll have better results if you've already unlocked these like optional sort of bonuses, right? If you can do dumpsters, if you can do... So playing the content now, let's look at it from the perspective of people that don't play this patch. If you don't play this patch, and in a year's time, somebody's like, "Oh yeah, go farm the undermine mounts." You're gonna have to, you know, have a lot of graft to do and be even further behind the curve. So that's why I tend to like to make sure that I have anything that is considered like a permanent upgrade. Like, look how people farm like Mythic Plus portals and stuff like that. It's something that's just a quality of life that can be, once you've unlocked it, you know. Let's take a little bit of a look at. I think we'll just join a scrap group again for this. Ooh. Did I whack it enough time to get a box? I did get the box. Beautiful. Oh, and a vintage gold can out of it and all. Don't mind if I do. We had Mythic Progress last season, merged with another guild to have more players in the pool, but then they wanted to cut 50% of our raiders as we were considered not good enough, so we left as a group, and so far we are further ahead than they are. I've learned from the past that when two guilds merge, never works. Never works. Never, ever, ever works. You either recruit more people. If you don't have enough people, you either recruit more people to join your guild. And I would also recommend most guilds don't even look at like bringing on 5 players out of another guild, because they will be a clique. It just doesn't work. Like it doesn't work. You either bring somebody into the guild, but if you try and merge 2 guilds together, it's usually a recipe for disaster, because you then just have 2 guild leaders that clash heads nearly every time. We should be on 4 to 5 flickers a day by now, but we don't. It caps out at 3. You never seem to, it doesn't matter how far behind, you never seem to be able to get more than 3 flickers a day. 21 bonus knowledge a week is about the absolute best you can possibly get in terms of catch-up. Which still means that if you pick up a profession brand new today, you're still looking at probably 3 weeks of catch-up before you can get to the point where you can actually compete. Unless you go really ham on like first time crafts and collect every single recipe, and you know, for most professions it takes the spin up time to get to the point where you have an optimal build, you have enough artisan security, is still probably about a month spin up time, I reckon. If you're looking at mass crafting anything, that is. Concentration is a different game, but like if you're looking to get a profession to the point where you can guarantee craft something at top quality whilst having your top tier tools to ensure that you can do it efficiently and competitively, it's probably about a month spin up time still. Bit off topic, but related to something you briefly said earlier. I saw yesterday an item, I think a toy from what I was understood, that should reduce aggro in the Undermine. Reduces aggro. Don't know. They didn't really count on us being together for 3 years as a team and actually staying as a team. Click plus the risk of bringing in package deals. One isn't happy, the rest of them are probably not too far behind. Yeah, if you bring in a friend group, if you recruit a friend group into a guild, they will either try and take over the guild or they will all leave at the drop of a hat. Is the experience I have seen happen 1,000 times over. Oh, the disguise. Well, your aggro range is tiny when you're in the car, by the way. You only need to be crawling past a mob and they won't look at you if you're in the car. It's 1-4 delves. I'm not sure. It might have been some random item I looted from the delve. And the VOD's on YouTube, so you can always skim through it if you referring back to something specific. You know what I haven't done? Yeah, I haven't even killed the weekly that I can summon on this dude. That would make a lot of sense to do, wouldn't it? I'm clearly hard procrastinating at the moment. I'm ever so slightly distracted by thinking about installing a new graphics card, and I should probably at this point consider whether my power supply is even beefy enough to run it properly. I hadn't really considered that option.
Cooking. A potion a day.
Let's grab one of you. Families are worse than groups of friends. Oh yeah, they will absolutely categorically all leave at the exact same time. Yeah, if like 3 of your members are like brothers or something, you're in for a world of trouble. I mean, there's literally probably 300, 400, 500 episodes of Preach's Drama Time that, whilst I think a lot of the stories that happen on Drama Time are just that, they're stories, they're heavily embellished, I equally think that they are probably not far from the truth. They're at least based on something. One of the most common guild dramas is that there'll be a clique or a group of people that are like, you'll suddenly realise that your entire team of healers are like IRL friends, and they all of a sudden all decide that they're going to go do something else. And then you're like, oh shit, now we have no healers. Great. Get in my box. He didn't want to get in the box. Do you have to empty the box? I think you do have to empty the box. Let's try another task. Let's try throwing some goo at people. I mean, or we could just AFK the shit out of it until somebody else does it. That's a cracking idea, eh? That's a cracking idea. Get slimed, little skelly. Boom. Oh shit, I'm pressing hunter keybinds, I'm not on my hunter. Down he goes. Gun? I unironically think I'm going to have plenty of uses for that. I'm quite sure many of my hunters are short on a weapon. One that can be easily upgraded to... What's adventure gear cap out at? What's adventure gear cap out at? Have I got 632? I'm sure I've got plenty of hunter ults that could do with a 632 weapon. Yes, sirree. This dude's gear is not terrible right now. I could definitely do on this fella with doing a couple more delves. I'm not sure that's necessarily exactly what I want to be doing right here, right now. Have I not? I didn't do anything on this dude yesterday, but I definitely should. There's a quest to do 5 delves, and that gives us 636. On characters that I at least try and play, I really think that doing 5 delves on them this week is well worth. Preferably bountiful ones, preferably 8s. I need to think about that. Need to consider those options. Girlfriends of the guild leaders are the worst, though. I swear they are the reason for most guild disbandments. I could imagine that it's not a perfect solution. Now, this might trigger a few for you guys in here, so I apologise if this does, but husband and wife, like guild leader groups, are equally as bad in many cases. I know that kind of falls under a similar jurisdiction, but if you're looking for a scenario that might be, might set off red flags. Is that the chest that can drop the raid items? It's which one is it? The Call to Delves. This is the weekly quest. Drops a 636 piece of gear for doing 5 delves on any tier. So a 6 that even if your alts are not going to be able to be doing 8s and doing anything constructive, if they're doing if your alts are doing 8s and you're doing bountiful 8, then you're getting 636s out of those delves anyway. So this isn't really that important. But if you've got some really low B level alts, you can just absolutely blast them through like 1s. Do 5 tier 1 delves just really quickly. Surely a 600 item level geared character can just like stroll through tier 1 delves. Do that 5 times, you get at least a 636. Pick a delve that's quick and easy to do. I bet you could stroll through like Fungal Folly or something real fast. In the previous company I was at, the girlfriend of the CEO was the head of HR. Oh, flipping hell. I would quit the next day if I found that out. That's a recipe for disaster. Oh, God. That CEO is going to get away with murder. I should point out that HR is not on the side of the employee most of the time. The HR is almost entirely to protect the company from doing stupid things. It is not necessarily there to help the employee, but like if there's a bit of a, I mean, that is the definition of conflict of interest, really, isn't it? That cannot be good.
Best deals in town. Won't find better.
I can't finish the stream without getting a single Mechanica. We got to fix this. We got to fix this. Play harder, Manthe. Stop slacking. Rats. Let's go kill some rats.
We've loaded up this shredder with our newest anti-antifreeze.
Oh, somebody's pulled rats. Less dots. Okay. Nuke it. Literally turn that rat into dust. Destroyed. Right, we've got a lot of mobs down south we need to get. Scrapbeak. Let's have a little blast around the bottom part of the map. Let's go via Scrapbeak. You good, dog? Got furballs again.
Not much of a sportsman myself, but I have some boom ball tickets. Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
Pigeon? No pigeon. Dumpster? No dumpster. Wall? No wall. Who else we got down here? Candy and Vivi down here and all.
And cook up some free potions.
My wife and I lived together before being married. HR asked me once who pays our mortgage. Like, fuck off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. They are not, HR are not on your side. You do know that's borderline illegal to ask, right? That is, you mind your own business. The item I meant is sold by Finley Mergleton. It's not the Delver disguise, it's called the Throwaway Gangster disguise. Fooling the locals into leaving you alone for 20 minutes, 1 hour cooldown, only usable in Undermine. Fooling the locals into leaving you alone for 20 minutes on a 1 hour cooldown. What the hell is the use for that? What part of the map is so treacherously deadly that you may be hanging out in that you would want the locals to leave you alone in? Weird. I don't even know what that's for. I'm sure there's some logic to that, but I don't get it. Volt Strike. Wasn't expecting that to pop up. That was the least expected thing to pop up, but we'll take a Volt Strike given the choice. Is it actually up or is it... Oh, okay, it's one of these scenarios. Somebody started it but then just left it be. So many people start this and then think it's bugged and then peace out. I mean, it is bugged, but the fact that there's a way to get through the bug. Yeah, see, it's bugged for me even here, look. If it drops aggro, it would be nice. I find myself often stuck in... Oh, that's true. Yeah, for a class like that doesn't have a remove from combat ability, or even it, you know, nicely acts as a second one.
That job's just your style. Burn rubber, honey.
Did somebody in this raid group really... Oh, because I guess this is actually... Oh, yeah. I've just realised technically this is a world boss group. Whoops. This is where I hope the group doesn't disband before this rare's spawned and I can do something with it. Being rich is OP. Dinged 80 last night. Item level 638 by midday. 638 by midday. Damn. I was looking at some of the BOEs yesterday. They were questionably pricey, the BOEs, considering I hit 650 on my hunter in 3 weeks. Without stepping foot inside a Mythic Plus or a raid. Just from delves. Delves and a bit of world content. I'm strongly of the opinion that if I can get myself to 650 in only a couple of weeks, then other people should be absolutely stonking gear. 3 Mythic Plus boosts, way better value. Oh, is that the route you went, is it? Rather than buying BOEs, just get some Mythic Plus boosts. This thing's still only 33%. Although I'm in a big ass raid, I seem to be nearly the only person turning this in. 47%, we're getting there. Got some BOEs too, but 3 Mythic Pluses was the same price. This is 655 Helm. That's yeah. Well, there you go. That's clear and obvious scenario that some M plus boosts would be quicker. Armor stacked as well, so all gear traded. 3 Mythic plus 7s. 762 armor stacked, gear traded. 4 8s of 1.35 mil. Yeah, I mean if you I mean I highly suspect that if you have a few quid, that's an easier route to go. Oh god. Running seriously low on members in this raid group. Here's to hoping that one of the other players is also over it. Oh, one of the other players is also over here doing the thing. That means at least this raid group won't disband until this has been summoned. Unless somebody's hard griefing. Talking about good deals though, Woo, I snagged myself a 5080 earlier today. So I'll be able to give you some stats and geek numbers on that one when it gets delivered. %. A few more. Oh no, now I've been made the group leader, that's scary. Yeah, MSRP card. Yeah, got one. I got the MSI Ventus. Probably delivered tomorrow. I hope it gets delivered tomorrow because we're not here on Saturday. But luckily I know my postman quite well. He hides packages for me all the time. I'm just hoping I now don't need to buy a new power supply. I've only got 750 watt power supply, which is kind of borderline. Is it 750 or is it 850? I don't know actually. Flipping hell does it say on the side of the box? I don't know, I can't see. It's Corsair's RM 750. It's either the 750 or the 850. Hang on, there's an easy solution to this. RM750X is what's in my PC currently. 80 plus gold on the box. I would power output watts, fan noise levels. I'm going to assume it's probably fine. But if it needs an upgrade, it needs an upgrade. My AMD CPU, though, at least, which are more efficient than Intel's have been in the last few years, so I don't track power usage anywhere. What's an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X in terms of power consumption? Sorry, I've gone into geek mode again all of a sudden. Please hold. Hang on. Ryzen 9 7900X. 170 watt TDP. 170 watt plus 3, let's call it 360 for the new graphics cards. Yeah, 750 power supply is fine. I don't have flashy, blinky fucking RGBs taking up half of my power usage, so. Yeah, 750 watt power supply will be fine. So I was going to show that on stream, but then I suddenly realised that I'm logged into all these websites and it shows my flipping address and all sorts of crazy stuff, which we don't want. Alrighty. So where can we get these MSRP cards? Well, they sold out in like 30 seconds. I literally had to snipe it. I was luckily the internet store, Verkkokauppa, which literally just means internet shop in Finnish, which is quite funny. They advertise like a few hours before when the stock is going to go live for sale. So I've been checking it most mornings, and most Thursdays it seems they get more stock. So I knew it was coming, and I just had the tab open, hyper refresh the tab, literally sniping. And this week we got lucky. Totally ridiculous that it has to be that it's a thing in the first place, but Hey, we might even get in like triple digits in WoW. Can you imagine? Has anybody ever seen triple digit FPS in WoW before? Might happen. We'll see. Gonna wait until the end of May when supply's a little bit more stable. Yeah, I really was hyper reluctant to pay the premium, the markup, because 5080s are widely available in the shops now. Now, the only one that doesn't really exist is the 5090. But all the other cards are just on the shelves in the stores. But the reason they're staying on the shelves is because they're stupid markup.
I ain't spending more than another minute here.
And while I've got the luxury of kind of claiming that this is just a work tool, it's still hard to stomach paying those premiums for basically no reason. And I very, very, very heavily considered the 9070 XT. Really heavily considered that one. Because the reality is it would have been basically
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
70% of the cost, but for like 80% of the performance. But annoyingly for me, as good as AMD are these days, there are still some quality of life features and functionality of Nvidia's cards that are hard to let go of. The NVENC encoders are so very well supported with streaming, both on, you know, via OBS and through Twitch and YouTube and that sort of stuff. That makes it so nice to have like zero performance impact in games because of the NVENC encoders. Hard to let go of. Kind of an enthusiast for the AI stuff, so AMD's not really in the same league. Yeah, I mean, I'm not big into that, but you know, I do like my tech. Who's to say that in a couple of years' time that I won't be more so into it? Who knows? I don't know.
Can you believe those chuckleheads?
Maybe I'll get ChatGPT to pump some life into my YouTube channel. It's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. You'll be a little bit more future-proofed with your choice. Well, this is kind of the thing, right? I wanted to step up. I've basically always had the 70 series cards. And this is my opportunity to step into the sort of the enthusiast level a little bit more. And in theory, these days, you know, I should comfortably get... Well, we're going to have a year and a half, 18 months, maybe even 2 years before the 6,000 range of cards come out. And even when they do come out, I don't really strictly need to even consider them. I can comfortably skip that generation of cards. So now, basically, I don't have to think about it for 4 years, which is kind of the reason I was willing to step up a grade. Because, yeah, it'll now be easily good for 4 years. And I'm going to be honest, since the day I bought my 3070 that I'm currently using now, I've regretted it. Literally since the day I bought it. And that alone has been so frustrating. Buying a 3070 right at the end of their shelf life and still feeling like I paid a bit of a premium for it because it was towards the tail end of like the graphics card shortage. I've regretted that purchase literally ever since I did it. Oh shit, I missed. Whoops. I need to macro that so it casts it where my mouse is, that I don't have to place it. Goals and go to sleep, man. What time is it over? Goldson lives in the future. It's probably only what, 9 PM or something. It's probably not that late probably not that late over there. $8:23. Oh, there we go. Early evening. Early evening. Nitro, Sal, and VV. These are ones which I pretty much have to camp or I don't get. Camp them or we don't get them. So let's try a little bit of... Who's this? Where's this? Zuckalugga scenario. Oh, it's gone. Hygel. I can say Hygel. Wait, what? Oh shit, I'm still in a group. I didn't realise I was still in a group. Well, let's check Home Realm then for these three. Sal and Nitro. Dumpster. Yoink. Bedtime now. See you later, lads. Take it easy. Golds my man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Sleep well. Any nitros? No nitros. Any Sals? No Sals. Stupid game. Well, we're here. Let's just camp this one. Kazakh. Big server. Fast respawn rates. No. The name that cannot be pronounced. No. Hydral. No. Ah, come on. Is there nothing going on? Dark Fuse, though. We'll take a Dark Fuse kill. Saves me 100, saves me 100 resonance crystals, spawning it myself.
Can you believe those chuckleheads? Trying to imitate my work. Show them what's what.
Never figured out the best way to get in here. I kind of sneak round the back here. Sneak round the back here, through these little gates here. And we're in. Oh, there's even a trash can in the corner, look. Yoink. Oh, my little pot's overflowing. Overflowing. I must be due this mount as well soon, to be honest. The amount of times I think I've killed this dude now. I must be way overdue this mount. When it spawns, I'll check rarity. I think I'm on like 20 plus kills on this dude. 20... Oh, it says 22 out of 20. Don't know what that means. Go on, Dark Fuse Spy Eye. Nope. 23 attempts on that dude so far. That one's weak. You get one go at it per week per character. Which is why I'm kind of quite highly prioritizing it on my dudes. I can spawn it myself, so I've kind of got no excuse to kill it every week on all my level 80s now. It's just playing the numbers game. What faction spawns him? Oh, it's the Dark Fuse one. So you just need rep with them. You don't need to be aligned with them. You need to have killed Gallywix though to unlock the faction if you haven't already. You can do it in story mode though, it's easy. Were we just on Hygel? I think we were just on Hygel, weren't we? Okay, Nitro's hiding. To be fair, what I should be doing when I do these little realm hops is also going and making sure I pick up all the dumpsters. Because even if I'm not killing rares, what I should be doing when not killing rares is picking up dumpsters. Do you need a Magno? On this dude, no. But I probably will on somebody else. What's going to be very handy is finding a bunch of people who are regulars here, who are aligned with the different factions and can just spawn things for people. For example, I can spawn the dude in the Vatworks whenever anybody needs it. So the Givanti dude, or whatever his name is, I can spawn him literally whenever anybody wants. If I'm not in a group, send me an invite, and I'll go over and spawn it for you. Let's go sit over by Sal.
And absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
We've loaded up this shredder with our newest anti-antifreeze. Tested out by icing down a few things.
Nope. Running low on groups. It's flipping Thursday. There should be hundreds of these groups up. Why is nobody killing the world boss? Right. I'm thinking that hyper camping these last few rares isn't really going to get me anywhere particularly fast. What I'm going to... too early for 100. I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right. I think what I'm going to do, boys and girls, I got some IRL shit I need to do. I need to figure out a way to tell the wife that I've spent a shitload of money. And might leave it there for today. Tomorrow we will be back in action again. I'm going to leave it there for today. I've been starting the streams a little bit earlier recently. This is mostly on the basis of that I've been up earlier. I don't know if it makes back on tomorrow with black eyes. No, it's fine. It's fine. I will see about starting the stream a little bit earlier business. It gives me an opportunity to get some coffee in my system a little bit earlier in the day as well, which is a bonus. So we will see. We will see. To cut a long story short, I need to go clean my pellet machine burner today, which is a lovely job I have to do once every month to make sure that our house has hot water and heating. It also means that I have to turn off all of the hot water and the heating in the morning so that it cools down so I can do it. So I'm on a bit of a time schedule to do that, which is why I'm finishing it now. Thank you all for joining today. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the conversations. I enjoy it very much so. Thank you once again. Feel free to come say hi on the Discord. And if I don't see you before, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace. Oops, wrong button.